I didn't actually add myself to the stage. What's going on? See what happens when I do that. How's that? I hope I'm not interfering with anything. It should be somewhere here. When you have value area high, developing volume profile, value area high. I didn't watch whether this value area migrated higher or lower, to be honest. I do know though that we are lower than previous day value, right? Which is also what's giving me the inkling to short, you know. Yeah. We did I mean, we opened here, we did cover a bit of that short inventory, right? Our price did go up. We covered that a little. And then yeah, right till the close, I guess, of of the overnight session. So pretty wide stop. Let's see where halfback is. Halfback is right at 726, which is right at that TPO POC. So yeah. Pretty strong high as well. I mean, it's just based off the selling tail. Yeah. I know, but just the proximity of that BNC, of these BNC prints is, yeah. It is starting to look like it could be taken out. But yeah, let's give it some time. Not a great entry. Not a great entry if you're looking at it on the 5-minute, right? I mean, on the 5-minute, it looks like I got in right at the bottom. That put in the top. Who does that? But yeah, we'll see. Let's see what we do at 26. Between 26 and 25. Do we buy this back up? Or, yeah. I still think we have a good chance of coming to take out this, which is obviously why I got into the trade in the first place. But yeah, that's kind of structural weakness that I said I'd spotted earlier, which got me in here, around about the point of control. That seems to have held, right? So let's see qué pasa. This dotted line over here is a low from, I want to say last week, Wednesday, the 6th. Yeah, last week Thursday. So this is Thursday's low, which hmm, not much really happened around there, but but it is a level. So anyway, here we go. TPOC, TPOC. So selling that now. What I didn't mark is I didn't mark IB. Let's start with IB. Start with initial balance high. Then a nice purple line and an IBL. Might have sold in the hole, to be honest. Give me a sec. Right. Yeah. All right. So that's Thursday's low, right? Just marked it out a little differently than I did everything else. Thursday's low, the day that put in the high, that's the halfback. So let's see what happens. Do I have a feeling that if we take out this low, it's just gonna be, it's just gonna be a cumulative effect. People are just gonna start covering a lot quicker. So yeah, so this is an important level. 716.50 is important for today. We'll see how people react around that level. I do expect it to fall. I do expect it to fall. I am trying to maximize on it today. To take out going for like this low. The low is like 750 something. So I have to like scroll all the way. 756. That's the low of the day that put in the high. I don't know if we're gonna do another 54 points. Ought to be 70 something points from where we are right now. But Uh, I'll get out at 680. Let's see what we do at overnight. Of course, at the overnight value area low, and how we react here at the developing volume profiles value area low. I have the I have the big trades again, but I have them yet. Oh, that's not it. Oh, it's not it either. You know, I have the big trades, but I don't I want to use them. Yeah, I for sure sold in the hole because I sold. What did I sell? Which is valid, but it was like so far from the POC. Let's see, do we buy or sell the POC now? It's also overlapping kinda with VWAP. So a touch of VWAP 726.50. This is still vulnerable though. That's like super vulnerable. That could go. Shouldn't forget about that. Hmm. Yeah, D-shaped again. Pretty even distribution. So 730. 730 could be in play again. Only thing is if we break these highs, then we're gonna do initial balance. And if we do initial balance, then overnight value area low, high, excuse me. That could also be in the play. So obviously don't want these C prints to break, you know. You don't want this BC to break. You know what I mean? You don't want to see that. I wanna cup up. Yeah. Hey, would you look at that? We green again. Yeah, 5 more minutes until D Prince would take some type of move to get back here. It's not impossible, but it would just saying it would be one hell of a move. Okay, let's split this. Yeah. Nice buying tail would be a little stronger if it didn't start right at the low of overnight, right? So that's what makes this a weak low. That makes sense. Oh. Sorry, boys. There we go. Yeah. As I was saying, like, that's the low of that's overnight low, right? This I print at 1650. And then with the B prints, where we stopped here, we came all the way to that level. So it's like exact. So this is mechanical, right? Meaning these are weaker hands that placed in that placed that low, right? So obviously when I got into the trade, I wanted us to take out that low and we didn't. So um what we do know is that they're traders who are long from here. And if they're long from here, their stops are not too far off. You know, uh, yeah, essentially. This is why we're targeting them, and that's what makes them weaker hands. Because if we take these out and their stops get triggered, because remember when you buy to get out, when you buy, say you buy at 16 to get out at 18, you buy here, you have to sell here. If you buy here and the trade goes against you, you want to get out, you have to sell out at 14. Right? So if we take these out, we take these guys out, and we trigger their stops, we're adding more sells to a selling position already. So that becomes more fuel, the down move, right? At least so I hope. That's what I'm anticipating. That's what I'm anticipating. That's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, we're at the lower end of value, excuse me. Yeah. Would have been a better trade if I just waited for the overnight point of control, right? But yeah, And also structurally, I took a trade that statistically in the past just hasn't worked out for me, which is trading from the overnight value area low instead of just using it as context. But um, yeah, shoot me. One more minute till the D prints. Let me see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, honestly, structurally, I've looked to the left. There's nothing else I could find, at least below where we're at or around the same level. You know, like quite literally, we get to, yeah, you know, the day that put in the high. So as I was saying, like targeting the low is a task because I mean, look, it's 656. It could be in play. I don't know. You know, that's the only reference we have below where we're at. We've already done halfback of this day, right? Halfback is here. We're behind that now, right? At 721. So anyway, this is our D prints now. Didn't quite get there. Okay, printed through them. So we took out those lows now. Let's see if we get that continuation as I was anticipating. Hmm. I just think of it like this: if I'm trading and I'm already emotional with my money when I'm trading, right? Or it's not even like that much. Imagine someone who's putting in a $10,000 position or $100,000 position, and they will long from here. How do they feel when the market starts going against them, right? That's how um, you know, that's how I put a read on things and the market as a whole, so like knowing that there's going to be people who are going to be feeling emotional about um, this, right? How do they then get out of their positions? They're getting out of their positions. They need to sell out of their positions. So them selling out of their positions is adding on to our selling position as well, right? So it's just about now at this point right now, it's just about monitoring the continuation of the trend. You know, um, it's just a question of does this trend continue, or now that we've taken out this low, do we come and target this 32? You know, this B and C print over here. So just need to be a little careful. Our point of control did shift lower. Remember, we were in the 24s. Now we're at 21. So, so let's just monitor. We'll just monitor the trade for continuation. And yeah. Yani iş promise. A pretty strong rejection of initial balance initially. But yeah, question now is like, what do we do at overnight value area low? Do we rotate back inside value? Do we stay below value? So quite a number of questions around this level. 2125 is also our point of control, right? So this is our value area low, our overnight value area low. So can we stay below overnight value? Apparently not. And that's the developing volume profiles value area low as well. So point of control shifted higher to 2350. It was making tea. How much? Opinion about 00. Opinion. Okay. So, yeah. Yes. Shlaka ka tea there, got enough. Yeah, and you see that. It's like, again, you see where we're selling right at Thursday's low. All right. This is Thursday's low. Thursday, 6th August. So the low from the 6th of August. That's exactly where we stopped. So again, it's like super mechanical, which doesn't give me any confidence in the level anymore. But, because essentially, basically, then the same thing applies, right? If we then break this, if we break to the upside, then of course, like people were selling here, for them to get out their positions, they have to buy. So we don't have any mechanical lows or anything here anymore besides this 56 level, which is way down. It's it's like way at the bottom, but there still is there's reason for us to be targeting that level. There's enough causality, I think. You know what I mean? Look at where value is in relation to yesterday's value, right? Yesterday's value is all the way up here, and this was the overnight inventory, overnight trade, right? And we're trading all the way down here. So, and we did correct some of the overnight inventory, but we couldn't get above its point of control. So, um, and then that becomes reason enough for you to think, oh, okay, cool. Maybe we're going lower, you know? And the only level that I have marked is 56. Obviously, now if I'm like a 50 point, a 70 point day would be crazy, but it's way over what I am allowed to make at the beginning of, if this was like a funded, then I'd be like, yeah, let's go for everything, so, but yeah, let's see. Yesterday when we did initial balance, like we hit it a couple of times, like we got there, bounced off it a couple of times, but like 4 or 5 times before we broke through it. I was like exhausted by that time. It was like 7. So I did think to myself that maybe if I started the stream a little later, if I started at 4 instead of at like, if I started at 10 instead of starting at 8, maybe I'd have a little more um, energy towards the day. But here we go. Initial balance again. I could throw on big trades and time in sales, but I don't want to do that for a couple of reasons. One, if I lose access to big trades, then I'm not going to be able to trade the same way. So I don't want to leverage my English boss. Just saying no way. I'm just saying what I'm trying to say is I just don't want to use a tool that I don't know if I'll always have access to. So I think TPO charts are pretty standard now for most platforms. There should be a TPO chart on TradingView as well. So who knows? But yeah, rejection of value area low, rejection of overnight value area low. I don't know what these guys are trying to do. Just taking it to half back on the D prints, of course. Oops, my bad. If you're watching on X, please repost. Yeah, just like and retweet so that I know who you is. And yeah, and also just so that I can reach more people and stuff. Do me that one solid. So what I was saying, like we're just stalling around in IB right now, and little to no volume between 19 and 17. Lots of volume at 718 though. But okay, no, my bad. This is yesterday's Shandies. I didn't even look at the composite today. Yeah, see, it's like it's also pretty thin down here, and that's because of. Let me open this up. So a lot of the volume that we had is concentrated at the top, right? And that's because like when we broke when we broke into like started making those all time highs, like this move was pretty parabolic, right? From here to here, like we really went quickly through there. So it's the reason why down here why volume is so thin, because we didn't have a lot of sideways trading action, right? So um, really trying to get like 680, which day is this? The fourth. Um, yeah, I mean it's like pretty thin down here. Like it's not a lot of volume as you can see. So um, my hope is that we start moving lower. We start trading around here, and then it should be just as quick. Like the move that we made up here, speed and which we made the move up here should be just as quick in this area. It's kind of obviously it doesn't have to work out like that. We could consolidate for a long time here. Um, big buyers could step in because the market is so short. You know, you know what I mean. So, um, yeah, need to be patient. Fourteen two five. All right, IB again. Let's look at volume because do you need to see volume picking up down here for us to know whether there's acceptance low or not. Um, Ten more minutes until E prints. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it seems like F prints are where we don't have as much trading activity during the F prints. Um, maybe also that could be because of the hour, because that would be what 12:30, and then your H and I prints are where like you have a lot of activity. Just something. I mean, it's not like a rule or anything. It's just something that I've noticed, I guess, over the past couple of trading days to see if we pick up volume here at 14. Like it's important to see this grow. Okay, there we go. Do we push this further or uh, let's undo split. Let's just see where half back is 724. Wouldn't be a bad place to put a stop right now. Yeah, if you're watching on X, please repost. Thank you. All right, so this is overnight low. So we do come back up here. We want to see more selling at 716.50. Yeah. So we want to see, already we kind of have that, right? I mean, if you're looking at this top wick, but we need to see more selling. So we don't want to break back into that. Want to sell essentially from here. So we need to see selling, and then we'll know that okay, people who are here, market participants right now are selling this level. It is somewhat weak though, because again, it's just the opposite of the scenario we had at the beginning. Kind of. But yeah, just note every time we get to 16. Never mind then. Back to initial balance. I had said 24.50. It'll be somewhere to put our stop. 24 really. 24.50. Because that's our half back. Um, yeah, it would be a break of these deep prints. So five more minutes and then we get the E prints and yeah, and then we see whether we get, we get a continuation. I would like a scenario where we start printing the E's. We get to this bottom E, stop there, print higher, maybe to like halfway, to half back on the D prints, and then start selling from there, and then target that. And that would give us, somewhat of a level to target, and somewhere to see if we can get some continuation. Um, so something like this BNC, which I do think is still somewhat weak and could be, you know, uh, maybe this isn't going to be targeted. Targeted. Yep. It's trying to say. Maybe this isn't a target for today, but it definitely will be um, a reference at some point during some session, of course. Mm, 2 minutes. We obviously don't like that. Point of control is at 1975. Uh, yeah, halfback still at 24.25. That's weak. That's weak. So let's see. This is really point of control is shifting higher. It's not particularly fantastic for us. It's not particularly great. Value area low. Hectic rejection there. And nearly perfect, not nearly, but a perfect overlap of developing volume profile value area low and the overnight value area low, right? So both at the exact same level at 2125. Which is just above that day's halfback, right? Not gonna lie, I'm still worried about this 3275. Do you think that's structurally? Yeah, I feel like structurally that's a weak point. If we if we do go long, that's gonna be taken up. You know, and we've been short for quite a while. Been short since, I guess, since the C print, C D. You know. Yeah. So. But yeah, again, it's very mechanical. I mean, we posted that the high of the E prints of this 30-minute period right now is right at the POC. So I mean, uh, prior it was at 2425. I mean, it did move lower though, did it not? It did, right? So we did push this higher, but as long as our point of control is structurally shifting lower every 30-minute period, then I'm okay for seeing if there's going to be any continuity. The trend is going to continue lower. We did have a bit of that type of situation. The A prints, Ace, and then we got into the Bs, and then the C's failed to break to the downside, and then we started another trend low with the D prints, right? So C, D, and then now with the E. So would like to see us break this. This isn't mechanical at all. This isn't at any structural level. 1325. Let's see. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Nah, it's not. I guess maybe somewhat below this these D prints here. And we're trying to get out below this trying to get out here. Let me shift this higher. I mean, these aren't really, I guess I'm just having them on just to have them on, just, but nothing super like, just the bottom of different periods from that day, what's the date today? It's the 18th. Where am I? All right. Overnight low again. A few ticks below overnight low. We could be, honestly, we could be trying to buy this back up. Could be. IB again. Not too shocked at this point. Just gotta be a little patient. Just getting to a point where when I when I sleep, I start having dreams about this stuff. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing, but I'll have full on dreams while I'm trading. I don't know if that's particularly healthy, but yeah, and that's where we're at. So anything we could be missing here? I mean, yeah, I guess like double distribution ish, starting to form some level of distribution at the bottom. Yeah, still, your 32s could also still somewhat in play, because that's just value area high, and we haven't been there in a while. So, broke below, came back, initial balance. Now we're back inside the day's value. So as to, whether we can continue, break this VWAP, go up, get to the overnight point of control, get to the value area high, and then break. That's, uh, uh, that would be something I'm telling you. But I still do feel somewhat strongly about this move, and do think there's more downside to this. Uh, just to walk you through it again, we have over here. This is yesterday's value, right? 17th. This is yesterday's value, and we're pretty short, right? This is yesterday's value, and then this is where we opened today, right? So overnight inventory, that's the Globix. Globix was short from the close of the day. A majority of the trade happened. Not majority of the trade, but majority of the a majority of the trading happened below yesterday's close. So that's how we determine whether inventory is long or short. Right, so we're short. And then at the beginning of the session, of today's session, right, we opened all the way down here, which is way lower than yesterday's value. And we traded up, making up for the selling of, the short inventory, basically covering the shorts. Got up here almost to the overnight point of control. We couldn't take out the high, which is all the way up there, right? Could barely get out of overnight value. And then, we started to short it. Yeah. And then we started the short. Obviously, I think like a better trade for me would have been the point of control, which I missed that. I'm not even gonna lie. I wasn't even considering that. I think when I got in, when I got in here, I'd already seen us reject overnight point of control. So I saw us short from, I saw us fail to break towards overnight value area high. And then I saw us short from overnight point of control. And then when I saw that, I thought, okay, cool, this is us going. And so I just went short from there. But I, maybe could have been a little more patient and then went short from the overnight point of control, which, would have provided a better risk to reward. From there, then my stop could have gone to overnight value area high, which should have been structural also. But I kind of got in a bit of a not the best position, but also not the worst. I was just anticipating a stronger move lower, which uh, doesn't seem like it wants to happen right now. I don't know if it's going to happen, but yeah, but like this, the signs are there. So we'll see. All right. VWAP at 724 2425, which is also our point of control and the top of our D print. So okay, well, we've clearly reversed that. So I guess the thing that we're going to be trying to target right now is going to be the C print over here. If we can break out of a value, can break above 728 and also break the overnight point of control. So if we can get out of value 728 and take the overnight point of control, and then for sure we're going to clean out this this poor high over here. I would have liked for this. Remember, I was saying earlier, I wanted to see the E's at least come down to where this last D print is. Because then we would have had this exact scenario with the B and the C. So do I sais pas? Je ne sais pas, mon ami. It's 50-50. It's 50-50. Yeah. Volume point of control, time point of control, VWAP. We did the same thing yesterday. Not to say that like just because it happened yesterday it's gonna happen today, but I mean we did the same thing yesterday with the initial balance where we broke below it, came back, broke below it again, came back, retested it, came back up, got to VWAP, and then on the move down from like I think it was like the fourth attempt, then we broke through our initial balance with conviction. Because I guess also with that it's just a thing of there are, of course, there's like stops all the way up here, right? So probably this would be the best place. This would be the best way to describe it. The selling here placed the stops and then like buyers stepped in. So now there's stops here for the buy move up, right? So the stops right there. Problem is where the stops are, right? Yeah, at 1325. It's not at any level, so I can't say it's mechanical or anything. It's not like at a round number. It's not at a round number. It's not at a previous level, like a low or a high or whatever. So I cannot say that this is like mechanical trading or that this is like weaker hands, right? So yeah, but I'm just going with I'm just kind of going with what I believe the emotion would be in the overall market, right? Like, of course, like there's people trying to cover these shorts. Maybe this is like a short covering, but there are people in the market. There are people who will be trying to cover their shorts. We'll be trying to cover these shorts, right? This is like been short for a while now. So with that, if this low breaks, and then at some point you have to start asking yourself the question, do I still want to be long when the market is short, right? And then also adding into context everything else. Overnight inventory was short, right? So we're short overnight inventory, and then we covered a bit of it, but then we couldn't cover all of it, right? And then we're short also again in this session. And then prior to that, we were short in the previous session, right? We're short in yesterday on Monday, right? We're short on Monday. And then, so we're short on Monday, short overnight, and then we gap lower, so I'm just kind of leaning on that a little bit, just using a bit of my discretion to be like, yeah, okay, well, maybe, maybe there's still a little more pain to be felt in the market, and that pain would be to the downside. So we've already put in our all-time high at 8:30, and now the market's at 7:20. So how many people would still feel confident that the market? I mean, obviously there are people who believe that the market can break into the 8,000s, right? But we put in the 800s, we put in the 830s, and then from there we're like at 720 now. So what's the confidence right now in the market would be my question. Yeah. All of this I'm just inferring from the TPO charts, just from identifying where highs and lows are and what looks structurally strong, what looks structurally weak. Yeah. I will admit, this BNC, this does look structurally weak, right? But if we fail to break it in the next 8 minutes, then this could be the beginning of another trend lower, right? We could see F prints printing, where it's just like a bit of a distribution, right? Because we've had shorts, and then now we've covered those shorts, so we could like distribute a little. Could just move sideways for the next 30 minutes, and then maybe then thereafter, just depends on what we do with this level here. It isn't that far off, to be honest. It's only 7 points away. So taking this could genuinely could be fuel for the upside. Take this, and then everyone who's short is gonna have to then consider, like, if they still want to be short. No. Considerations. This is the point of control. 5 more minutes until we get our F prints, and yeah. Where my stop is, also just to explain where my stop is at 44, which is wide. I'm not gonna lie. My stop is at the halfback for the overnight session, right? So I feel like we covered shorts at the beginning of of the session we're trading right now. That's this, so we opened here and then we printed higher, and basically what was short during overnight, we covered that. So I mean, technically I could put my stop here, At 35, I just feel like it's a little too close for it's a little too close for me. Yeah, so I mean, I put my stop at halfback, which is halfback of the overnight session, right? So if we went short, and then at the beginning of today's session we covered those shorts, and then we went short again. If not someone, if sometime during the session we then start covering those shorts again, then I don't want to still be around to find out if we're going to cover all the way to the top of the session, right? I think I've seen enough already to see that would we failed to cover the shorts at the beginning of the session. So the hands that are stronger right now is sellers. But then if big money does step into the market and does take out all of those shorts, then I'll get out at halfback. It does make my stop wide. Yeah. But look at what I'm targeting. I'm targeting 680. So I just need to be a little just need to be not a little patient. I just need to be really patient and wait for I just need to be patient is what I'm getting at. There's no two ways about it. Right. Obviously there could have been like multiple trades that you could have taken for sure. Overnight point of control to overnight value area low, overnight value area low to overnight point of control, overnight yeah, I mean there's like a plethora of plethora. So I don't have friends, so I'm using words like plethora. I mean there's a lot of trades that you've taken, right? Could have done an initial balance low to VWAP. That was a valid trade as well. So yeah, quick scalping trades and moves. I'm just not particularly great at I'm not great at the scalping. So I'm okay with it, but I'm not. I think my strength lies in kind of like seeing the market in a bigger way. Yeah, I guess it's just a thing of like over the past couple of months, I just trained myself to scalp when that wasn't particularly my strength. So I'm just trying to play to my strengths now, and just, you know what I mean? Yeah. So, okay, so here we go. So again, overnight value area low. I mean, if we shift here, that's going to be interesting. By shift, I mean, if we go from E to F period at the overnight value area low, that would be super interesting to see how we then print, with the Fs. You know what I'm saying? I would like to see the Fs take out this E, of course, because of our bias. You know what I mean? Because we, trying to go short. But here we go. Of course, it's shifted at the point of control. And our point of control POCs are 2375, 2375 and 24. So that's your point of control right now. Yeah, let's see what we do. I mean, if we take out this E, could be the beginning of a trend higher. Yeah. So do need to keep an open mind around that. Obviously the trend lower died here. during these e-prints. You know what I mean? So now it's just a question of like, what do we do at 726? You know, do we take that out? Do we take that out and continue going higher? Or, you know, because that then could be that could be like the earliest signal for us to identify that like actually we're now starting to trend higher, right? We're not yet completely invalidated, but I mean if you're feeling shaky, if you just like got on stream and just like saw what my positions were and you're just like trading my positions, first of all, don't do that. um but yeah, but I mean if you are, you know, and you're thinking I might want to get out, then you know there is reason to get out. Like, you know, we found support at overnight value area low. You know, if we break that E period, right, that could be reason to continue. Just would need to see a break of the overnight point of control and the break of overnight value area high, right? And then of course a break of initial balance high. You know what I'm saying? But if you're looking for if you this feels a little sticky for you, and I don't know what your risk is, but it just doesn't feel a little sticky for you, then you know this wouldn't be a bad exit. You know, wouldn't have lost a lot of money. You know, I'm obviously still in it for the short. I still think there's just like going with the probabilities and just like I'm leaning more on the short, you know. So we'll see. If I'm wrong, I'll be very wrong. That's the other thing about it. You know, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be super, super wrong. It won't kill me, but yeah. So just watch 2650. Yeah. We print above 2650, we print above value, and then we take out the C's. Short idea could be invalidated. You could argue the short idea was invalidated as soon as we took out the D prints, right? And the difference is a point. So yeah, like 2 points. Okay, and that's the point of control as well, yeah? It's a developing volume profile point of control. Sure. Mm. I haven't had a look at what halfback is in a while. Yeah, see, we also are above halfback on the day. You know, so just be a little careful if you're you know, with your risk and all that good stuff. Yeah. If you're in the same trade as I am, Okay, so there's that print above the E, yeah. So we've successfully done that. So uh, if you want to get out, now is the time for you to get out. All right, so there you go. So EF. Let's see how many it's like two prints. And again, you see, it's like it's also somewhat mechanical because it's right at the halfway. It's right at the A print halfway, right? 57. That's your half print on the A prints on the A period, right? So we got there and then sold that immediately. So that's a mechanical level. That's that's traders. You know what I mean? Um, and that's traders selling at an exact level. So you could go with them. I mean, you could go with them if you want, but as I said, we took out the E's. If you're looking at it now, it kind of looks like a trend up. D, E, and then you have the F prints. F prints came, took out the F. But then when we got to that mechanical level, we sold it. So uh, there's still uh, there's still you could still see a side for the what do I want to say? You could still see why buyers could like take this over because again, we're inside overnight value, right? So overnight value area low, overnight point of control, moving towards overnight value. If we find supported overnight value again, and then when we take out this high, then upside, you know. I'm just giving you both sides, you know. And then the question would be then why am I not exiting the position? Well, because I'm obviously still on the side of us going lower, you know. Yeah, because I'm not so much so looking at price, I'm just looking at value. Value is lower than yesterday's value. So um, yeah, I think I've waxed lyrical about it a lot already. But yeah. What up, what up, what up? I don't know where you're watching from. If you're watching on X, what's good? Drop me a like and I'll follow you on X. Just so I know who you are. Excuse me. And if you can be as kind as to retweet, that'd be fantastic. But yeah, let's see. If we break out of overnight value though, and if we can break out of overnight value and break out of value, this is gonna go. And that's what I've been sitting here patiently waiting for. Yeah, Hendrix back by popular demand. Okay. View app. Yeah, nothing interesting is happening around here. As I said, I mean, I haven't looked at enough TPOs to know this, but I do feel like during the F prints, we generally just kind of like distribute. And I feel like that's what we're going to do. Um, yeah, the fact that we're distributing at the top part of value of, you know, it's not really mad encouraging, but um, we did look below value and fail, right? The D prints looked below value, came back, did the same thing with the E prints, came back. We haven't been able to look above value. We look done a look below and failed. We haven't done a look above and failed. Besides, I mean, earlier on in the B and C periods. So, I don't know. 727s. Yeah. That's a DTCC. Checking on a boy. Just making sure I'm not doing any insider trading. If you know, you know. I also hate that statement so much. If you know, you know, because clearly if you don't, you don't. You know what I mean? Bro, if you know, you know. But if you don't, you don't. Yeah. Allez, let's see. Yeah, this B and C period. I've had a bit of a gut feeling that this might go. You know, this is not very strong. It's not a it's not a strong level at all. But if they want to take it out, they have to take it out now. No, they have to go during this F period. Not really. Doesn't have to go like right now, but um, yeah. But this is structurally weak. To explain it, like so, basically, um, during the B period, which is like from 4 my time, from 10 a.m. EST till 10:30, right? So each of these letters represent a 30-minute period. So 9:30, 10, 10:30, 9:30, 10, 11, right? So from 9:30 to 10, 10:30 to from 9:30 to 10 to 10:30, 10:30 to 11, right? So yeah, as I'm saying, so each of these represent a 30-minute period. So during this 30-minute period, price came up all the way up here to 32.75. All right, and then having got there during the C period, right, when price got here, sellers stepped in, right, traders stepped in and then sold it exactly at this level, which is super mechanical. Um, the way I understood it from James Dalton's teachings is that if a level is mechanical, it means that it's been placed by traders in the market, right? And traders typically have weaker hands in the market. They're not the ones moving the market in like colossal ways, right? So essentially, that being like popular, bro. Gonna switch my phone off. These being weaker hands. Reason being, well, because it's at such a mechanical level, if price then comes back here, then these traders would get out of their positions, right? So anything that's at an exact level becomes a mechanical level. And once it becomes a mechanical level, then that position, that area becomes a weak level. It's not strong. It's not a strong high. It's not a strong low. In comparison to like, say, these A prints, right? Where, okay, cool, we had like buying, right, to try and cover these shorts, as I was saying during the overnight session, right? So during Globex, basically we were short from yesterday's close, and when we opened down here, right? This is the open of the A prints. When we opened here, price rallied. We went all the way up, right? And we didn't get to the close of the. We didn't get to the point of control. We didn't get to the close, right? You could argue as well that this is a poor high because it's just like a few ticks away from the close. But what does make it, in my opinion, what makes it strong is the tail that it left behind. Because when we got there, and then we sold, we sold from that level, right? So we know. So just by looking at that, I know that like, okay, there was a lot of selling that happened here. And so whoever's here, this was a strong hand that sold from here, right? If it was at a, if it wasn't as close as it was to like, say, the close or to the overnight point of control over here, then, I could say that this is like a strong high, right? And so I trust it a little more than I would this, right? So, and so now when we get to the bottom of the chart, right? This was overnight low, this I period, right? So this happened 12 a.m. No, actually didn't happen at 12 a.m. because this isn't split. But anyway, this happened at 10 a.m. my time. All right, so 10 a.m. my time would be 4 a.m., right? So 4 a.m. EST, this low was placed. And then today, during the B period, we came all the way down, and then we came to that exact level, to that exact low, to the B period, right? So, no, to that I, which is the low of the overnight session. So now, having got to the low of that overnight session, and then sold exactly from that level, then this in itself becomes a weak high, because the buyers that stepped in here are obviously going to get out of their positions when this position gets challenged, which we then saw during the D period. So, when we made this high during the C period, right, this weak high, we came all the way, we came back, shifted into the D period, and then during the D period, we took out this I and B, right? And you can see the way that we took it out like very aggressively. We took it out strongly, right? So that was gone. So now this in itself now also becomes a strong low, right? So we have a strong low, and we have a strong high at the top, right? From the strong low from the D period now, right? After we made the strong low, this is how now we've got this E period, and then we've got this F period that went high, and you know, so we have a strong high and a strong low at the bottom. Right? You could argue that this is weaker, though. Mm. You could argue that this is weaker just because of its proximity to the point of control. My thesis of going short is because the value shifted lower. So I'm trading value more over price. So um, today's value is lower than yesterday's value, which is why I'm short. I should have already got a better position, but I didn't. So nous allons ici. And yeah, we shall see. And for like yeah. Okay, here we go. So we're going for this B and C period, eh? Mm-mm-mm. And our value did shift higher. I mean, we are at 28.25, whereas prior we were at what, 26.50. Let's see. I'm not like overtly shook by it because I mean I was here, I did short in the hole. So uh, this isn't the most drawdown I've experienced today. This was pretty hectic though. You know, yeah. Whoa. If we can get a G period that can close below this F and also take out this E low, oh, that would be fantastic because you do know, well, because I know that like whoever's long from the F period probably has their shorts, their stops below this E, and whoever is long from the E period probably has their stops below the D period. So if we can get a strong G period down, you know, we can take out these stops, take out these stops, and then see if we can take out these D period stops, because clearly there is some selling. If you just, excuse me, if you're just looking at like the wicks, you can see there's like some form of like resistance. So, but yeah, just wait and see. All right. Yeah, I did say that like we potentially could see some distribution and the F period, just looking at where our F period started when at like 6 months time. All right. So, I mean, look at where we were, just like around the point of control. So, this is like all F period, So, I don't know if that's like a pattern that repeats, but it's definitely something that I intend on observing over the next couple of weeks. Apparently, I shall it takes me to even get funded. Uh, Um, yeah, we are below the point of control, which is somewhat encouraging for us. Yeah, if we can stay low, if we can take this a little lower in the next minute and a half, that would be even better. But yeah, but first we're gonna have that test of overnight value area low. Let's see if buyers step in here. Buyers step in here, then we know there's still like a lot of mechanical trading happening, right? But once we start seeing like flushes like through levels, then we'll know what type of hands are in the market. You know what I mean? So yeah, super mechanical. Look, that's even half back on the E period. So let's see, does that go below that or nah? And then and then there's value area low as well, which we are going to need to see that breakthrough. If we can break through value area low, okay, there's our G prints taking our point of control back up. But yeah, but pretty much this trend high is kind of dead because we've closed below the F prints, right? So, well, not necessarily. We still could continue. This could just be like the beginning of the trend that takes us higher, right? Um, so just need to see this continue. Just need to see this below this these F that top F 29, and then perhaps maybe this then becomes another selling tail, which would be fantastic, which would be great. Okay, overnight value area low. Do we turn support into resistance? Nice cute little break below that. Hurry up and wait, huh? Quite the even distribution day. You can see that. It's like a nice, uh, almost a double distribution. Not quite. I guess the double distribution would need there to be some, a larger break and then another one of these uh, distribution shapes, lower or higher, but it's a D-shaped volume profile. Let's see if we can get a strong break lower. So looking at 22.5, break below 2025. Yeah, and then strong selling below 1650. That's what I am looking for. And the more we compress like this, the more we kind of like, the more we're a lot more compressed, especially like towards the lower end of value, the more I feel confident about the break lower, Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking about trading soybeans, but I don't even know where to start or how to. I guess in the same way, but there's not a lot of like trader education on that, on like corn futures or soybean futures, but or wheat futures, I guess. I genuinely just don't know. I don't know where I'd start or how but yeah, maybe something I could look into for next year. Okay. Just kind of have a broader mindset when it comes to like trading. You know what I mean? I did start off trading when I switched to futures, I started trading the Nasdaq, started trading NQ, but that's because when I was trading CFDs, I was trading US 100. I think it's NAS 100 on unfunded next futures, unfunded next on the CFD side, and so yeah, and so I just kind of like made the switch. Um, it's very erratic at the beginning. I mean, damn. I mean, you just like when it came to learning futures, how to trade them, how they work, what they are. You know, um, yeah, that was a bit of a learning curve, and then learning order flow because I was just like, I'm trading futures now. I need to learn how to trade this thing. And then I started learning order flow and like footprints, and I was terrible at it, and I lost money. But it was like tuition, I guess. Uh, yeah. I still haven't got a return on investment on that. But um, my at the beginning of the year when I got funded at the beginning of the year with like CFDs, and I was like so sure I was gonna make $1 million, bro. I was like, this is a milli. And then yeah, and and then I didn't. And then I just kept on, like every time I'd like lose an account, I realized there was like more for me to learn. And then only really like psychologically what changed was when I decided I was gonna keep my accounts for the longest amount of time possible. And doing that then made me then apply good trading principles, and also to apply the things that I was learning with like order flow and auction market theory. Well, order flow first and then auction market theory, which was like the roundabout way of going about it. But um, yeah, I just figured I was like, yo, let me try and keep this account for a month. And then I was like, let me keep this account for 2 months. And then try and keep this account for 3 months. And Nizomisi is still grinding. So yeah, I just kind of had to drill it. I just kind of had to like accept that, like, even if it's a thing where it takes me, uh, I had to remove the idea of how long it was gonna take me first. You know, because at first I was like, yeah, it's gonna take me like at least like 3 months. And then second month in, then I realized it's like, okay, this is gonna take me at least like 6 months. And then 5 months in, I realized like, okay, this is gonna take me a year. And then 10 months in, I realized like, okay, this might take me like 2 years. You know, because like the improvements are gradual. You know, the improvements are gradual. And uh James Dalton, I feel weird calling him James because he could be, because he's old. I feel weird calling him by his first name. But yeah, Mr. Dalton, he said something in one of his lectures. Right, it was like, you know, this is the only competitive thing that you do where you're not competing with people in your league. So, for example, I used to play tennis, and you also use a tennis example. So, if you're playing tennis, if you're like under 12s, you play against under 12s. If you're under, if you're 16, then you play under 16s. If you're 18, you play under 18s. You know, so based on your level, you play people in your level, right? You're competing with like professionals as well. Doesn't matter if you just started. You know, it's like, oh, okay, cool, welcome to the market, and there's someone who's trading against you. You know, oh man, you know, this trade idea wasn't like terrible. Oops, that's my stomach. See, this trade idea wasn't terrible. It's just like I timed it wrong. You know, I timed it so wrong. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like terrible. But yeah, I mean, overnight point of control is always overnight point of control. Have always been like, has always been my trade. You know, could have. But the only thing about that is that this is also when we set this C period. You know, so how could I have known? Honestly, how could I have known? Let's check what halfback is here. Yeah, halfback is right at the point of control, 24.25. Super mechanical. We are selling that as well. Well, not really. G print came all the way up to 2575. Well, yeah, this is gonna go 1325. Is gonna go. I just know it. Perhaps in the H and I periods, we'll see that expansive move lower. If we don't get it in the H and I's, um, if we don't get in the H and I's, I don't know about waiting through J and K periods because that would be what? That would be my 8 p.m. Yeah. As I said yesterday, y'all are great, but I don't want to hang out with y'all for that long. I also have a video I need to prepare for. So I don't want to be I don't want to be like I don't want to be exhausted when I get into that. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. And again, yeah, this G could go as well because again, mechanical just it's right on the value area low. Mm. So 2050, 2050. I mean, several times we've bought them. Guess that was earlier though. So it'd be a crazy move if we take out both. Take out the low on the F and take out the high on the F. That'd be mad. Uh, 13 more minutes. till the H. There was a day I remember I was doing this thing and I was like, yo, we're taking out the inertial balance, right? We're traded towards IB. I can't remember if it was IBH or IB. It was one of the initial balances. And we hit one of the initial balances, and I was like, all right, cool. There's no way we're gonna hit IBH because like that doesn't happen in a trading day. And then we did, like we hit both initial balances. And I felt like such a fool, man. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, statistically, it doesn't happen often, you know. So what happens, quote unquote, is we do one IB and then that's it. You know what I'm saying? But on that day, we did both. You know, so I'm just looking at this initial balance and I'm just thinking, what can we do? Hectic. Values at 2775. F print high is at 2875. Let's see, do we take that out? Again, if we do take this out, then this surely has to go in this round, you know, in this move. And I am kind of the feeling that like if there's a failed move towards this side, then the sellers are gonna take over. You know what I mean? Of course, still for that to happen, you do still need to break above value area on the volume profile, and we also need to break above the overnight point of control, which we've sold several times. Right, one, two, three, four, several times. Right. Um, yeah. So as to like the strength of this now, this late in the market, I don't know. You know, this clearly is a weak. As I said earlier, this is a weak low still. So you know, the more we make attempts for it, and the more we fail, though, you know, the more I kind of get a feeling that like maybe there's someone who's absorbing all of these orders when we get up there. You know, and I want to know who that guy is so that I can give him a call. Still very bearish. Um, yeah, I'm still bearish. Like with this, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm still bearish with it. Until I'm not, until the market's not, you know. I'm willing to see how this plays out. Hectic sell move there. At least that's what it looks like in the 1 minute. Doesn't look that dramatic on the 5. Yep. Yeah, pretty aggressive selling there. Could be selling just to get out though. You know, like the difference would be there could be like an initiative selling where it's like these people are selling to get the market to go lower. And then there could be selling where it's like I was in a buy position and now I want to get out of my position. And so to get out of my position, I'm buying out of my position, which there's no real difference because you're still selling, right? So sort of saying I'm saying like this could just be like selling to get out of a position. That's how you'd get these you get lower and then the market goes back up because like people get here and then they sell out of, you trade from overnight value low to up to the point of control, and then people start selling here. And then as they're selling, they get to the VWAP and then they sell some more, and then the market goes lower. And then the market continues going higher because it wasn't initiative selling. It wasn't selling with the intent of getting the market low. So this is what that move could have been. Because this, what did it happen? Yeah, right at the top of value. So, I mean, during the G print, these people are like, yeah, we good. Gonna get out here right at the top of value. Call it a trade. Value shifted higher. It's starting to become weak. Right at the top of this F. I expect this to go any second now. How far are we from here to for like 4 points? And 5 minutes away from H Prince. I'm in some like that's the case. Yeah, no, I did the. Yeah, yeah, close. Grown on chickens. Hustle and hustle and hustle, hustle and hustle. Every day I'm hustling. I don't know what's going on with the buyers in this market, man. I mean, like obviously, I don't want them to win, but I just would like to see certain things in completion, and then we can then take it from there. Because it's not giving me anxiety or anything, but I mean, the fact that I know that this hasn't been taken out yet is just kind of lingering, and I just would like to see that either taken out, and then when we see how strong this high is, then we can move on. You know what I mean? But the fact that it's still there is kind of like a magnet, and I feel like that's what's gonna keep us like chopping within this range. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, we want to go there, but then we don't. And we just kind of get there and then we don't. You know what I mean? So I mean, if we're gonna do it, it's just like do it. It's like rip the band-aid off. You know? So like go there or don't, or just like melt. You know? Also could be just like sign that there isn't like that much strength with the buyers right now. You know what I mean? But it's 1 p.m. almost. Let's see what happens in 30 in the next 30 seconds or so. Yeah, not a very strong high, but I mean, again, it is a like value area high, which was shifted up. So a VAH was, at some point we're like down here where the E is, and then it shifted higher. So what can you do? But all right, look, G period failed to take out the F period, so is that the beginning of this downtrend? Can we take out this G, or do we just come and take out this G and this F and then continue going higher? You know, that in itself will be information, and also how we react here at the point of control. Let's unsplit this and just see where halfback is. Yeah, halfback is at the bottom of the POC. So yeah, uh, it'd be fantastic to just like break through this. You know, but how many the levels that need to break? Of course, we need to break through this overnight value area low. VWAP first. If we don't buy 2425, great. Which is also the point of control. So we do need to see a break. We need to see a break through this 2425, and then a breakthrough 2125, a breakthrough 20275, and then initial balance. Our old friend, and then we can start thinking about like this 1325 level. So got quite a way to go. I'm not gonna lie. That's the scenario that we need for us to get down anywhere close here. But I mean, failure of which, as I pointed out, this B and the C. I generally thought we were gonna do it in this F and G period, but doesn't seem like there was like momentum or enough strength. Instead, we took out the low F, try to take out the high F, failed to, and and so now we're in the H period now, which is lunch, and my 7 p.m. So I don't know. Yeah. What is this? 2325? I don't even know what 2325 is. I don't know what level that is. But it shouldn't hold. I mean, there's nothing significant there. This is a look below and fail on VWAP. It looks like. It looks like a look below and fail. Let's see. I mean, there's still 2 more minutes before this 5 minute candle closes, and then we'll know. Yeah. 2050 versus 2875. This is our trading area right now. Or, again, another alternative is it just could be like one of those really annoying days where we just, maybe we've seen the bottom of the day. And now we're just gonna distribute, which people call chop as if like that's necessarily a bad thing, but it's not. It's just a market being efficient. Being efficient is in finding buyers and sellers, buyers and sellers. Sellers, buyers, sellers, buyers. You know what I mean? So if that's what the market wants to do, that's what the market's gonna do. If there's enough trade being facilitated, then we're gonna move sideways. There's not much we can do about that. As you can see, the volume profile is still very evenly distributed. We are anticipating a break towards the downside because value shifted lower. And that's what we are anticipating. But we very well could break back above, right? We could break into into the high end of the last week's distribution, right? Because again, looking at the composite, as I showed you, it's pretty thin down here. So there's not a lot of trade. No trade that wants to, it's not a lot of trade that's being facilitated here. So this in itself could be acting as some form of resistance, of support, sorry. But in the event that this turns into resistance, oh yeah, I'm 100% trying to be a part of that move. You know what I mean? 1,000% trying to be a part of that move. You know what I mean? Because for sure, if we can break this low, it's gonna be super emotional down here. Yeah, you know what I mean? If we can break this low, it's gonna be very emotional. So let's see. The thing about also doing this thing live, if I'm right, I'm gonna sound like such a genius. It's gonna be like, oh my god, this guy knows everything. This guy's so wow, But then if I'm wrong, I'm gonna look like an idiot. But it does keep me accountable. And it does keep me honest, and it also like talking about the market as it's happening also doesn't, it makes me not feel crazy. Because if I'm trading and I'm not online, I can't have this rapport. Even though you guys aren't like say necessarily leaving me comments or whatever, right? Or maybe you are and I just haven't seen it. Um, nah, you guys aren't leaving me any comments at all. Um, but yeah, it feels like I'm, because I know there's someone who's watching, so I feel like I'm speaking to someone, which is a lot better than uh, speaking to myself. Oh, here we go. Point of control. We're gonna distribute here for a while, to be honest. I'm not mad at it. So top of that H period, we are pushing it higher. Hmm. Take my breath away. Mm. It's quite a bit of volume yet. It's 2875. I'm just comparing the volume at the top and the volume at the bottom. 7075, 7537. You pay my automobiles, pay my telephone bills, pay my. Okay, a little VPOC. It's kind of encouraging. What's the top of this? It's at 728. Nothing. Could be a good sign. I wish my drawdown was static though. Oh my god, that would be amazing. Dealing with like end of day drawdown is better than dealing with like trailing drawdown. I mean, yeah, because like end of day drawdown, whatever whatever you make at the end of the day gets added onto your buffer, right? So you still have with funded next, I have 1,500, which is my buffer. So if I make 300 on the day, my buffer is still at 1,500, but my minimum, right? It's basically 1,500 from whatever my closing balance is. So if I lose money, I get closer to it. But if I make money, then it follows me up, you know, until I get to a certain threshold, and then it locks, right? So I need to get to like 2 grand, and then it locks, you know. Yeah, and then it's kind of like, oh, okay, cool. Then you have a bit of like, then you have some freedom, right? But at that point, it's like I have like, not to me, like $500, so still helpful, but you know, but with static drawdown, oh, that would be, you know what I mean? That would be a fantastic. I'd like to see that option. That would be great. I'd take that all the time. I'd take that all the time. But hey, man, game is game. Until I have enough in my account for me to open my own futures account. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Maybe with like a Charles Schwab. I'll look into that and see what they say. 2550 VPOC volume point of control. That's where we're at. All right, I'll be back. Mhm. All right, let's go. Pretty, excuse me, pretty strong last 5 minutes, huh? Let's see. Let me take out this yeah, can we take out this last H because this looks like we're just buying the bottom of value, you know? So we can take this out and come and take out these G's. That would be fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Market. Am I even still live? Yeah, I am. You buy that again. We are below the POC again. Yeah, I just need to stay below the POC, man. Below POC, below VWAP. You know, it does look like a promising little downtrend move. You know what I mean? As I'm saying, it could get pretty emotional if we take out this. Yeah, if we can take out this G period, this G low at 2050. If we can take that out, yeah, I think it could get pretty emotional. I think the move low would feel impulsive. You know, so if you're just like, okay, if you're just like trading, right? If you just like get into the market and you're trading, you're just like, okay, cool. This is what's going on. What's your context? Your context is highs and lows, right? Low, high, and yeah, or maybe you're like, I'm just gonna sell the high. So if we get back somewhere around here, I'm just gonna sell that high. But without you know, without context of like the B and C print here of how strong this low is, you know, where half back is, where points of control are. And it's pretty hectic just moving into the market without a compass, I guess. It's not to say that like if you have one, you're gonna make like the best trading decisions. I mean, look at me today. You know, but it surely does help. It surely does help. Uh I hate it. It does look like we're gonna have to be in the J and K periods as well. Not a big fan. Yeah. Here we go. Still still a way, honestly. I guess we'll really know if we get to initial balance. You know what I'm saying? I think that's when we'll know whether we're gonna do this, whether we're gonna do, further lower or not. There are, of course, like other things that we need to keep into consideration. Like 700 is like a round figure. So of course, like, do we expect it to be buying at the 700s? Yes, because it's 700, it's a round figure. And also I would expect there to be some exits, which also, so basically, shorts below initial balance, some of those will get out at 700, right? Unless big money steps in at 700, and then, as I'm saying, as I was saying, it could get it pretty emotional below 720s, more so below 713. I think that's where um we could see like very rapid moves lower. You know what I mean? And then like the weaker hands, of course, would then start getting out at the 700s, because why not? Because if I'm sitting here in like my little chair and in front of my little computer, whatever, if I know, right? If I know that at 700, at 700, there are people who are gonna exit their shorts at 700s, right? Then of course, then there are people who are more experienced than me who've already placed exit plans, probably from like O2s or maybe from like O5s. So around here we might get like a little retrace, or so um yeah, just depends. Just depends on how we get here, and there's still support. That's still mechanical money. That's still like weaker hands trading, right? If we get here and we flush, that's now big money. And like we'll see how, we'll see based off the reaction, But first we just shouldn't. I just don't want to see us bounce off initial balance, not initial balance, overnight value area low. 2125 again. Oh, there we go. Yes. Straight through. Please and thank you. Just need to take out this G. 2050. Does look like we're selling overnight value area low now. It's a retest from below. I don't know why I'm thinking of Sarafina right now. Just because of struggle. Come on, fam. Let's just get out of value. This is the developing profiles value area low. So if it's going to be distribution, we're going to buy this and then come back to the point of control. Selling or buying? I say selling. Bottom of value. Quite the battle going on here, but as I'm saying, we can take out this G period. Then next target will be this E and then the D. And, you know, it's a lot of ifs, but it can be done. We've only been here for 3.5 hours. Oh, I period about to start. We didn't actually take out the G, hey? In this H period, we just distributed inside of G period. So again, is that the type of day we're gonna have today? Let's see. The moves look so dramatic on the it looks so dramatic on the 1 minute. Okay, I period. What do we do? Span of control is 2250. Just don't want us to move this any higher. I mean, it can move higher, but I mean, I just don't want it to go, all the way up here. Go on then. Yes, here we go. Hi. Come on now, we need to take out this low. This is a weak low. Let's take this out before we come back here. I don't even want to think, I don't want to consider this coming back to the BNC. Or is it a thing that we're just like too short and we're trying to cover it now? And that could be the sentiment. Oh, and it's like, Not news that we care about. Surely, if we take out these lows now, huh? This H and I, this can go. If this can go and this can go, yeah. Been saying this for the last 3 hours though. Jeez. Where's a halfback now? Yeah, undo split. Yeah, still the same level. Still at the same level. I'm on a new level. It's a nice little buying tail over here. Hmm? But yeah, we're coming for you. That's for sure. We're coming for you. Split it again. I guess POC being below VWAP means something, you know. I don't want us to involve VWAP from now on. You know what I'm saying? I don't want us to go to VWAP and then start buying and selling VWAP because we can get here and then start buying this up. You know, if we buy this up and we're back at the point of control, if we're back at the point of control, and then you know what I mean. So this clearly is a contentious point right now. Overnight value area low and the developing profiles value area low. So this is value area low. This is a bit of a roadblock, as we can clearly see. But yeah, we took out that weak high, not very strongly, but I would assume I wouldn't I wouldn't be you wouldn't be insane to assume that this is gonna go now as well. Because we took out that weak high and then that weak low. Right, this was a weak low. We took it out and then we formed another weak low at the GNI. So think we can take this out. Should be pretty aggressive from here on. Let's wait for it. There we go. But it needs to be aggressive and it needs to go, because if it's aggressive and it comes back, then that's another buying tail, which isn't what we want, right? We needed to really go, you know? We needed to really, really go. So just the thing of, it's just a matter of like being patient. We've been here for 3 hours, four almost, so at this point to just, to walk away break even on a day like this would be better than walking away with a loss, but so things that I said could potentially play out, uh, that's what we're still here for, right? As I said, we know that this is a strong low, but what happens if this gets taken out, right? Should be pretty emotional below 1325. Yeah. So let's wait and see. This is halfback, which we haven't been here in a while. But yeah, but below this 21 level, that's pretty okay for us. Man, I just really didn't want to see just don't want to see us back inside value. That's all. So, yeah, let me expand this so that you guys can get a full context of it. Because we've been distributing pretty much, right? It's a pretty even distribution type of day. We did break below value area low and then failed to like really make a strong move below initial balance. But then also at the same time, we didn't really get to value area high, right? Um, Distributed around the point of control. And then I will back while we were at the value area low. So for us to get the move that we want, we need a pretty aggressive break through value area low, you know? Then we could potentially be in some price discovery. We can break below value area low, and then we'll also need to break below initial balance low. Break below initial balance low, and then where then do we go after? What are the magnets here? And the magnet that I placed is it's the low that put in the all time high. It's the low from that day. There's nothing else before that besides like varying um period lows, right? So like a C period low from that day, the D period low from that day, and from that day, I mean the day that put in the all time, so those are being marked out down here. I see, I even have to scroll to see them, which is weird because they should have popped up. Anyway, yeah, so there's one of them, and then the other one should be, yeah, right here, 8250. That's kind of where just kind of where what I'm looking at. I'm just kind of like, yeah, that's that's what's there before the low of that day, which the low of that day is 56. Yeah, so like 656, 650 something. I don't need like the entire 650, you know. Um, yeah, otherwise I break my own rules. So otherwise I break not my rules, but I break the rules for the what's this thing called? Evaluation. So yeah. Okay, let's go. And this solid line over here, that's half back from that day. So again, it does seem like we are using this somewhat as something around this level, or like buying from it or selling from it. But it's been support for a while, right? From mark like 721, right? It's been support here, it's been support here, finding support again there. Again, support. Here it was resistance, and then it turned into support. Yeah, it was support also earlier during the session. So 721 is a significant level, and that's where we're at. So I know now, like here, this is like super mechanical. Like whatever's happening here is not big traders. It's not the traders that I'd like to see stepping into the market to, either force a move low or whatever. But yeah, you know, but yeah, but I'm essentially basically betting against the longs. You know, that's what I've been. That was my position earlier, and it still is. It still is because I can see the damage if we. I can see the damage if we take out this long, which isn't that far off right now. So of course, Um, would there be traders protecting this level? Yes, because I'm sure they also understand that this level, if this level breaks, you know, um, the shorts would be pretty aggressive. But yeah, but it would be fantastic if they could just step aside. Just step aside, you bastards. Just let me get to the money. Step aside and let me get to this money, bro. Ugh. Look at the time. It's like 7 p.m. my time. Mm-mm-mm. I have a technical analysis video I need to do for my channel. Um, yeah, I have a members only video I need to do for work. So, I would like to get out of here. It would be fantastic if I could get out of here. My bad, y'all. Huh. My camera switched off. Let me get this back on. There we go. Remontada. Come on, I mean, we're already below value. Just go. This is such a round figure, 720. My concern is that this could be a buying tail, like at the early stages of it, just like what we saw here, you know? But we went lower and then we placed the low and then we just like rallied higher. So, yeah, but I am risk on, so. We haven't had a strong one print down in a while. We had the A and the B's, the A and the B, and then the C and the D, and yeah, and then that switched. Then we gave D, E, F. You know, so basically D prints and then the E prints took out the top D, and then the F prints took out the top E, and then the G failed to take out the F. So that kind of signaled like, oh, okay, cool, maybe we're going in the opposite direction. Then we had the G print, then the H failed to take out the G, but then the I took out the lower H and the G. So even distribution, come on. Just one tick lower. I get why people will be like trading and they start blowing on their screens because it's like it's so annoying, bro. It's like just keep going. Yeah, I did say I might have to be here for the J's and the K's. For the J's and the K's. Right back to where we started. So stubborn. 720. Super, super stubborn level. I am tempted to throw on big trades, but I don't want to look at big. I'll only look at big trades when I'm watching Kai Capital's uh, trading videos. That's the only time I want to see big trades. But um, there we go. Is that one tick lower? Did we? Nope. Um, yeah, that's the only time I want to see big trades. I don't want to see big trades on my charts for a while until I get uh, until I get really good with the TPOs. I mean, then even after, then, but I do think they're a really cool tool. And when I was using them on Motorwave, I was doing pretty well. You know, I was doing pretty well. I don't know, my not wanting to use them is not because like I hate them or anything. It's just if I well, the big trades indicator that's here is a script, and I don't know if that's always going to be there. And if it does get taken off, or the person who created the script decides to put it behind a paywall, and I don't have access to it, and I've had like somewhat of a reliance on it, I feel like that's going to be a problem for my trading, and just like being consistent with my performances. So if it's I just want every tool that I'm using right now is a tool that's provided by Tradeovate. So unless I lose access to Tradeovate, okay, cool. Finally, we're in the teens. 720 was a pretty strong level. Whatever was going on there, I would below it now, and I would like for us to remain below it. Son of a bitch. So yeah, so basically that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be reliant on it. You know, I could throw it on and it could show us like some pretty cool things. It could show us where there's big trades. You know, who's underwater and all of that stuff. But until I have like access to Motivate, which like Motivate provides that with their order flow platform. Um, you know, unless I'm using Motivate, then yeah, then I'll use it then. But yeah, until then, just gonna use our TPO charts, VWAP, and our institutional levels. Yeah. Ugh, what an annoying day. Because I swear to you, okay, look, value area low does shift lower, right? Which is a good thing. It was here 2125. It is lower, but because it is lower, it also does mean that this 20 level, the 720 level, where we kept on finding support, right? This now, because this is value area low, and this could be the support that we need for us to rotate back to the point of control. Unless we break through it again, this is what I'd like to see. At least we're not inside overnight value, right? So overnight values, overnight value area low, overnight point of control, and overnight value area high, right? Which we didn't get up yet, right? So as long as we stay outside of overnight value, you know, well, right. It just would be better if we're just outside of both overnight value and outside of the developing volume profiles value area low, you know. And then initial balance. Son of a Yeah, and then initial balance. Just need to see what we do at initial balance. You know, just down there at 1650. So, which is overnight low. So, hurry up and wait. What up? What up? What up? Um, yeah, let me know where you're watching from. If you're watching on X, let me know somehow. Like, give me a like or something, or follow me so that I know who you are. You know. And also, if you're finding any value from this, if you're finding value, great. If you're not, well, tough. But yeah, no. But I genuinely hope you're finding some form of value from it. Um, I'm not really trying to provide any entertainment. I am, yeah. Once news on wheat. But yeah, if you are finding value, I'm glad. And if you're not, let me know how this could be more valuable to you. I am doing it for my own journaling purposes. You just happen to be collateral. I mean, you seeing it online just happens to be collateral. You know, it's just like as a result of my journaling process. So lucky you. Surely we break this law now. I don't want to use this, but I guess. Cumulative delta. Yeah. Boss, our delta's been negative. Like I done been knowing this. You know, ain't nothing changed. Right. From here. Yeah, I mean, all the silence coming in, so it's just like go. Okay. We'll see what our reaction is here at the 1650s. And then 1325. You know, I think at this point we do need to start being a little smart about what we're doing and how we're doing it. Yeah, by being a little smart, what I mean is, look, if the delta is not responsive down here, right, in this, like we, okay, well, first of all, we need to get to initial balance. So if we don't see this type of move around initial balance, right, we don't see delta dropping like this at IB, then we really need to then start considering how long we still want to be around for. And also, you know, do you want to be involved in like the reversal, and a reversal that could like go to the other side of value, right? As improbable as that sounds, but those are considerations that we need to make, right? uh, but yeah, but we do need to start seeing like strong delta, especially as we approach this initial balance, and strong delta to the downside. Okay, so more delta, more red candles of this nature. Like the bigger and the longer it is, as long as it's red, right, and it's big, I guess it's good. You know what I mean? So uh, get your head out the gutter. Uh, yeah, and so 1650, no, one sec, please. Uh, yeah, okay. Look, we're at IB again, right? This is what I was saying with like our delta, right? This is the type of move we needed to start seeing at the initial balance, right? This is not very encouraging for us. You know what I mean? You need to see a lot of selling. You know what I mean? You need to see strong selling. Start to see strong selling, then okay, cool. Then, it's not the end of it, but it would be, you know, um, that would be indicative of what we're trying to do. All right. Okay, cool. So no green delta. We don't want to see, there we go. More delta stepping in. That's our J period. Need to take out this low, 1325. I mean, damn, if I knew it was gonna take like 4 hours to get into this for this move to happen, I would have waited till 8 p.m., right? The retest of initial balance, that's fine. Come on, let's take out this D period and get it done with. Not very responsive on the CVD. Sorry. Better. Okay, more selling coming in. Now just watch. I mean, we need to get here first, but just like this is we were gonna see how emotional the market can be, right? Once we take out this D period. And type of acceleration I'm expecting below this D period here is gonna be pretty aggressive, you know. And I mean realistically, I mean 700s. That wouldn't be a bad day. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad day. We could trail our stop there, you know. Um, but no, 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 no. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see any positive delta anyway from now on. So again, overnight low, initial balance. Yeah, we just need to stay below the overnight low. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Below 1650s sharp, and we take out this 1325. You know, there was an attempt there. You know, and here it is again. It's like buyers trying to step in. I guess these are the buyers that put in those stop down here, right? Again, which is what gives me a little more confidence that like we can get these, we can take this these buyers out. It should be pretty emotional below, you know. Should be. Another good thing is that we are outside both value levels, right? So if you're measuring value using the volume profile, we are below that. So that's a good thing for us. We also are below the value of the, if you're using the TPO value area, right? We are also below that. So um, yeah, we don't have that much time left in the session. So yeah, if we can stay, as I was saying, if we can stay outside of this 1775, so good. It's essentially just don't want to see any acceptance back inside value for this trade idea to play out. Yeah, need to be need sellers to be aggressive now. You know, if there was any a time for aggressiveness, like this would be it. You know what I mean? Need some aggressiveness. Oops. Uh, yeah, just need to see a little more aggression so we can take out this D period. We can take out this low. I've been saying this. We can take out this low, and then it should get pretty red from here on. You know. Yeah, here you go. Starting to see some sellers stepping in. Not that aggressive though. Need that type of move. Why is this at the again 715 flat? Last time it was 720, right? Round number. Now it's 715. I'm not a big fan of that, clearly. Mm-hmm. IB. Oh, did we do it? No shit. Excuse me. You know, I I am considering 700 as an exit. 680 would be great because that'll be $1,000 a day, but uh, I am genuinely thinking about 700 as an exit. Uh, I know we're gonna chop if we get here. I know we're gonna chop if we get here, and I'm just looking at the time and I'm just trying to weigh what the best thing to do would be. Don't do that now. I mean, I didn't do the exact same thing yesterday, but I mean, I did exit um, earlier. You know, there was a target though that was solid, which was the previous week point of control, which I had set as a target. But an hour before this, I was already feeling tired, so I was just like, yeah, I'll take whatever you guys can give me right now, and I walked away. But I left money on the table, so this already has been kind of a like getting back here. I mean, we're last here at 5. We're last here 3 hours ago. You know what I mean? So I've had to sit through this. Yeah, you know. Say if you love what you do, you never feel like you're at work. But it's been a job. And look at that. Oh, Delta's picking up. Watching Delta, watching the top J, watching the value area low, and watching 1650. Come on, don't break 1775. Well, give it one more shot. I mean, 1975, basically value area low. If we get back inside value, then because this is pretty aggressive, right? That just goes to show that this is a strong low. Waiting. Yeah, and look, and we said, this is our week high now. You know what I'm saying? Well, not really. I mean, week highs up here. But POC 2150, 2125. So if we're selling it, we do need to see strong selling delta over here. What is this, 24? Oh man, that sucks. I'm not thinking of Bob Dylan right now. Time they're changing. Yeah, look, back at overnight value. Yeah, I mean, we start accepting back inside overnight value. We will have to uh, get out of the trade. It would be unfortunate. It wouldn't be that much of an L, um, except for the amount of time that we spent. Right. Mm, just would have to just need a place somewhere where we can accept the loss. Yeah, 2550 is pretty deep. Uh, Overnight value area low, VWAP, point of control. Yeah, I think 20. 28. And I could put my stop at 28. 28.25. Yeah, that's about as structural as I'm willing to go. I still do want to give it space if it wants to come back, but if it doesn't, I don't see why we should lose more. Uh, yeah, would be hmm, would be the risk that we typically go into in a day. But yeah, this has to hold. VWAP has to hold. Point of control has to hold. Could put it on the other side of the point of control. I'll put it right at the C prints, which would be 32.75. I think yeah, it's giving it way more room than it needs. It's giving way more room than it actually needs. But it's not 44, right? It's not all the way up there, so let's see what we do. Yeah, this is giving it's giving. I'm pretty sure Jim doesn't use that terminology. It's giving strong low. But yeah, but I mean this is a strong low, right? we identified it earlier, and I guess this move down into this J period kind of showed us the same thing, you know. And it wasn't mechanical at all. There's nothing really here to suggest that, you know, uh, to suggest that this was like mechanical trading, as in like right at a level. Besides maybe like the 15 and the 20, you know, at 15 and 20, we did, I'll show you guys. 15 and 20, you see, that was like support, and then it broke, then became resistance for a little bit. And then we came down to the 15s. And then at 15, that was support. So we just broke just below, did a look below that level. And then we came back up. So maybe we want to do this in parts, but we've taken out both sides of the I period. We've taken out the low and we've also taken out the high. So again, we could just chop here, right? We could just like, by chop, I mean we could just distribute. And which place would be better? What place would be best to do that if not the point of control? You know, developing point of control, and then you have the point of control, the TPOC, and then you also have the VWAP. So this is like fair value right now. You know, we are beneath it, which is, I guess, somewhat encouraging. And yeah, and then also we need to think about the 680 because yeah. 680 sounds great, but I don't think we're gonna be doing that. This is where our stop is right now, which is the week high. So again, 32.75. I mean, if we are gonna take this out, that would, it's held so long. It's held since 4:30. It's out for the last 4 hours. So can it hold a little longer? Okay, we're gonna go into the K period in the next 7 minutes. Yeah, and hopefully we start to see that rotation lower. We are seeing deltas going up, but prices coming down. So nice little, oh, okay, divergence. Don't need more. Come on. Only problem is that we need to go through all of these levels again. You know, we need to do overnight value area low. We need to do the value area low. We need to do initial balance again. You know, and yeah, and I mean, like this kind of, I mean, this is being proved. It's being proven to us. Proven. Well, what I'm trying to say is we know that this is a strong low, and so is this J period, right? So, we need to, you know, we'd need to break these areas again. We need to go through overnight value area low again, the value area low again, initial balance again. So unless like some big traders step in here, um, yeah. Mhm. Overnight value area low. Here we go. Delta's not super responsive just as of yet. This needs to turn red. Mm. And the switch into the K period is going to be interesting because, again, we've taken out both sides of the eyes, right? Low eye, high eye, and yeah, and we have top of the J period at 26 and the bottom of it at 14. So I guess from at that point, if we do take out the 26s, if we take out the 26s, then getting out of 32 won't be that bad it would be unfortunate, but I mean, I wouldn't be, you know, uh, it would be better than waiting to see if it gets up to the 40s at that point. Alternatively, we could be super risk averse and put our stop right at 26. I do think it's a little too close because that also is where the point of control is. Yeah, if it is going to take off the 32s, we do need to do work at the value area high. And yeah, if you've watched my streams before, I am of that principle that like the market's going to stop us out, let it work hard to do so. You know, we are kind of making it a little easy by putting our stop right at that week low, but it does need to get through. It does need to get through value area high. It does need to get through this F period high. It does need to get through the volume profile value area high, and then then it comes and it gets us. So at that point, you know, um, charge it to the game. We GG's. But yeah, VWAP right now. And so again, resistance at VWAP. As long as we can maintain that, as long as we can keep on selling VWAP, then this area 26 to 23, 26 to 23. That's the area we need to, yeah. Maintain below. And maybe I missed something here with the delta. Maybe. A few more seconds till we get the K prints. Let's see what we do. Do we print above this J period, or do we come back to come and challenge this lower J? Here we go. The point of control hasn't shifted just as of yet. Still at 24. Delta is pushing up, not with a lot of result there. That could still be good for us. Is everything on? Yeah. My camera. Sorry, boys. Ugh. My bad, y'all. Okay, here we go. More selling delta, 2250. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not enough. We need a little more. Especially when we get here to 2125. Like, this is where we're gonna need to see this again. You know, we're gonna need to see consecutive red candles on the delta. I mean, J and the K. I mean, we traded right up to half back. You know, so again, it's where the K period started, which is somewhat mechanical. At this point, I really don't care. I just want to see it as like move lower. But yeah, but it is somewhat. I guess you could consider. You could consider it a good thing. Eh, Dish. You could consider it a good thing. I mean, we are selling half back, so um, you know, perhaps that's a good thing. It's your K period. So yeah, it's 2125. Like, this isn't really great because look at the delta that came in before that and the delta that came following that, right? A lot of selling. So yeah. all of that work for a drop of blood. Don't like that. 24. I see a point of control again. Uh, Obviously, we don't want to trade above halfback. We don't want to trade above point of control. We don't want the point of control to shift above halfback, right? So halfback is right at 24.25. So right where we're at right now, that's halfback. So we don't want this green liquor rectangle thing to move higher, and also we don't want to see, we don't want to see price here. We don't want to start trading above the point of control. Yeah, essentially just even a break of J's, just above 26. I was in a similar position yesterday where after we broke the highs, I think it was like the highs of the C period. I started considering, like, I was like, okay, cool, I need to get out of this position because we're not one frame, single frame ming down, right? Single time framing lower. And in my looking for the best place to exit, I moved my stop higher, and that actually helped the trade somewhat. Not entirely. I mean, it did. It did, because I didn't then exit a trade that was right. You know. I mean, every trade is right. I mean, I didn't exit a trade that worked in my favor at the end of the day. But yeah, Jay's. I think it's like it's late in the market, and so if you've been around for like imprints and you've been around for like the last hour of the market, it gets like super super erratic, and prices kind of be around for that type of activity. And it is mad that like this is one positioning. This is a 415. We've been in this since we've been in this for 4 hours. We've been chopped around for 4 hours. Yeah. The only way this could have been a better trade would have been if I went short from the overnight point of control earlier, or maybe even actually not even earlier. It's like a little later. If I'd waited, if I'd been a little patient, I could have gone short from the overnight point of control. Yeah, but okay, Sarah. Point of control hasn't moved below half back. So I just guess maybe that's a positive. Oh, yeah, what's another hour? I need a stretch. All right. I'll show even distribution for you. Mm. No lie, if we can break this 1425, I will move my stop to what, 26. Once we break this 1425, I'll move my stop to 25, 75. Because if we come back from there, then obviously that's going to be the next thing we want to take out. And yeah. So I don't think would be too bad of a. Honestly, I mean, even now I could move it to 26. Oh, Delta is rising though. Maybe below this low, below the 21s. I'll move to 26. Yeah, it just depends on what we do because this is 21 is what? No, it's not overnight. It's the day that put in the all-time highs half back, right? So if we can get below this again, yeah, I don't know. I do feel like taking out these J's is pretty that would be pretty aggressive, and it also would be indicative of what it is that the market is trying to do, right? So I just don't want to have my stop right at the level. You know what I mean? I don't want to get I don't want my stop to get like literally tagged. So let's find an in between. 28. 28. Yeah. So top of that F period. Now overnight value you're low again. Are we finding support here? Indicative though, lots of selling. This is gonna tell us though. All right. Selling again. Yeah, but can we push it to value area low? Hmm. The point of control did shift lower. Our volume point of control, that is, did shift to 2375. Hmm. There we go. Just delta switch. We need this. So saying we need this red, especially here. So at key levels, right? So overnight value area low, value area low, initial balance. We need to see red delta. We need a lot of like negative delta. You know. There you go. Okay. J period hawk back is at 720. So hopefully we don't see any buying at that level, right? At the J half back, at the J period half back. So big buy, like buying and selling happening at here, right? That's why this candle is neutral. It is to the downside, but it is, it's neither green nor red. It's quite the gray area. So I want to see that. It's mad as we haven't done a test of value area high since the beginning of the session. We haven't been interested in value area high at all. At all. Massive selling. But see, it's just getting absorbed. Like we got like lots of selling, and then like buyers stepped in and took that in and took that back up. I mean, but yeah, but for how long is the question? How long can they do this for? We didn't get what we wanted to see. We didn't get what we wanted to see here. The bottom of this 1325. 1325. We did say it was like strong. This was a strong low. All right. But what we did want to see, right? We wanted to see us come back down here to this D period, and then break through this D period. Because then again, as I was saying, you would expect it to be a little quite emotional if we can break through this low. All right. Because these buys wear the shorts, wear the shorts. So hopefully we start covering these longs or liquidating these longs rather. Right? I think that's the terminology. That's the lingo. But yeah, on I value low. Still, we wait. A K period that happens only within the J period would suck because that would just be distribution, right? It's the bottom of the J, top of the J. What that did is it took out the eyes, right? Took out the top eye, took out the bottom eye, and then we get a K period that only rotates inside of the J period. That would be crazy, you know. Uh, but here we go. Value area low, 1975. Also the year I was born. Mad. But yeah, right at it again. More selling, please. And there we go. Value area low. Not much on the delta. That's better. Much better. Surely now. Would you guys be mad if I got out at like 7:10? Not back into the 1975s, please. I mean, maybe like a retest and then like let it go. No break. Surely gotta be a break. Look at the delta's fun. Ale remontada. Mm-mm-mm. Gotta pay attention here. Value area low, 717. Initial balance, 716. Low period J, 1425. So, okay, so that's value area low. Can we break out? Can we break below this again? Delta supporting it. Uh, was. Wait. Hectic price movement right now. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, right at value area low too. 1725. And there's nothing wrong with the stream. I'm silent because I'm just thinking about what to do next. I am thinking about stops at 2125 or 24. I think at 24 makes more sense right now. And we're good at 2450. Yeah, 2475. If anything crazy happens and we go back up, I guess I'm still risk on, you know, overnight value area low, of course, would be the least amount we could lose, or we could close it out now. Seeing as we did determine that, the D low is strong, the J low is strong, J low. But yeah, the J period low is strong. What was that? See, that's a lot. It looks like a lot of buying delta that came in. Still, but no real reward for it. At least it's not showing yet. Still at the same place. So a few more seconds. Let's see. If it does go up, then we should come back into overnight value. But initial balance again. Yeah, I mean L periods. I mean, I even changed the color for it, just so you guys could see that I'm really not supposed to be here for this long. But here we are. Tagged initial balance pretty clean. Yeah, I think this is the one that's going to do it. Also considering a 710 exit. So basically, IBL, value area low. We'll see which one of these two is stronger. The sellers here stronger than the buyers here. I mean, clearly the buyers here are strong because we've been buying this up the entire session. So 1650. Mm, yeah, my stop is above. My stop's above half. Like my stop's above the point of control, both points of control, VPOC, TPOC, and halfback. So uh, it would suck to lose it because we've been here for this long. There's generally nothing else I could have done besides maybe had a cleaner entry, which I have spoken about. There's no need to rehash that. But I mean, uh, from when we entered the trade, I don't think there was anything else I really could have done. Oh, it was pretty strong though. Reality of it is that if we do come back inside value, that we are going to rotate inside overnight value, right? So, mm, do we want to be in this? You know, risk on is $100, so it's not. We've managed to shave it. I mean, we were at 44, which was a lot. It was a lot of risk to put on, but managed to shave it down to 24. From 44 to 24, so taking out like $500 worth of risk. So but yeah, but basically, acceptance back inside value, we will come to the point of control. So we need to stay below value area low. 710 is not what we came for, but it could be the most realistic thing that we get, unless we just target, this lower J. Hmm. Or we take out what we can right now. But for sure, right now, with the amount of time that's left in the market, 680 is not realistic. 700 is a stretch too, I will say. But and also again, reason I didn't put my target exactly at 700 is because I would like to get out before everybody else does. So I mean, I could put it at 701, but okay. Outside of value again, 1650. This is overnight low. Let's see if we can trade lower than that. I keep forgetting that 1650 is our initial balance as well. So you forgive me. Pretty stubborn initial balance low today. 1675. Yeah, Delta's not being responsive either. It's not getting, yeah, well, not getting the type of activity I would have liked to see. Which could be reason for us to just call it an exit at 1650 and just be humble and take what we can from the day, you know? Pretty flat on the delta. You see, like no strong selling, no strong buying, just like really, really flat. Yeah, because whichever side it goes, it's gonna be pretty quick, I feel. You get a close inside, and there's this L period move up. Yep. Yeah, I was somewhat right about that. Mm. I wonder if we, it'd be interesting to see what type of prints. I mean, obviously we're gonna have to would have closed out of our position then, but during the M and N prints, you know what I mean? Do we print below this D period? Uh, because that would be an interesting, if we get like an like M and N prints like below this D period, basically, that'd be a pretty strong buying tail. You know what I mean? And I would, going into tomorrow, I would be bullish going into tomorrow, just based off how we get the M and N prints. At the end of the trading day, because again, we still do have this BNC, which is still pretty vulnerable. I did think we were going to take this out, the 732.75. I genuinely thought we were going to take this out. I might go ahead and mark it out now, actually. Uh, I'll mark it gold. I'll make it a nice golden color. Just so I remember that there's money there. But yeah, I genuinely think like that's going to be taken at some point. I thought it was going to be taken today, but maybe it will later. But yeah, you know, it just depends on what type of M and N's we get. M and N's. Favorite rapper, Eminem, greatest rapper of all time. Yeah. All right, negative delta. Let's go. Yeah, but if we're gonna do this, we need to do this on now. You feel me? We need to do it right now. hmm Come on, a few more seconds and let's make. Oh, I really wanted this to be a clean candle below IB. But L's over here. There's the low, 1575. Wow. Come on, 1425. It's right there. I swear, if I knew I had to wait till 9 p.m. to get like till 8, what time was this? Yeah, 9. If I knew I had to wait that long. It's not about the destination, bro. It's about the journey. Okay. We should take this $100. Something's telling me you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. could be gone, you know? Went up on my stop. Two, 4, 7, 5. Hmm. Thinking 1975. We bring our stop there. 1975 or 21. The 2150. Because at that point, so that 2150 is it structural though? It is kind of overnight low, right? So at this point, we don't want to get back into. Is it overnight low? It's not overnight low. Overnight low is here, 1650. 21 is half back. I just think we should put our stop just slightly above that. 2125. Yeah. I would have put it at 19, like 1975. Is that? Thought about it. And then that's break even, basically. You know, it's kind of conceding to a break even. I guess this is break even too. So we don't have any risk on at this point. You know, our stop is literally one tick above overnight value. So, well, it's been a day. How many hours? How many trades have I taken? I've only taken the one, bro. Sorry I missed your comment. But yeah, but I've only taken the one trade. And I took it pretty early on. I took it here, 4:10 my time. And you already see it's 9 p.m. Yeah, I took it here. Let me explain what happened. So essentially, basically, I scrolling that far is even crazy. So basically, I saw us fail around about here, 403. I saw us sell the overnight point of control. And so I saw it fail the first time and then come back and then fail again. And so I got in just slightly below, what was it? Yeah, 2050. So I got in just a little earlier than that, for sure. Got in around about here. I got it right at like the bottom of the move. What about this candle here? 420. 420-ish, round about here. Because I seen weakness at the top at the overnight point of control. And then we came back to the overnight point of control, which was terrible. You know, because I thought I'd missed the overnight point of control move. And I was targeting I was targeting like 680s, but I've moved it to 700. The reason I was targeting 680s is because values shifted lower on the if you use TPOs, you might be familiar with the concept of value. So this was yesterday's value. So yesterday's New York session from 800 to 775. This was the value that we traded. And then overnight Globex session, we were short. Overnight inventory was short. So basically, from the close of the previous day, right? From the close of the previous day, overnight was short. All right. And after having been short, when we opened the day, we traded up. We covered some of the short inventory from overnight, and then we started distributing. So it's been an even distribution day. I'm pretty sure I'm about to get stopped out though. But yeah, even distribution. So only the one trade. I held it for the whole day. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna stop off for like 20 something bucks. Which in itself can be considered a personal victory. Not really, but had I got in at the overnight point of control, I would have had much better risk to reward. I just I didn't get in at the best possible place, Yeah. So just based off value, my thesis was basically very short. Clearly, I expected the market to go lower, to the basically up till the low that put in the all-time high. So if you've been trading the ES, you will know where all-time high is. All-time high is all the way up here, right? 830, 850. All right, and that's the high. And I was targeting. Really targeting this low, kind of targeting this low, 780. That's what I was going for. I was targeting the low that put in the high. Just the one trade though, so it should be stopped out at like the next few minutes, surely, or seconds. Yeah, I don't want to be involved in this any longer than I have to.
Stop field.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, a small little stop there. Did miss out on some opportunities, but it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. We could have, let's say, I could have kept my stop right at the, what's it called? Right at the point of control. Or above the point of control. Damn, if I can find the chart. Yeah, but what am I saying? I'm saying we could have kept the stop above half back. All right, so let me unsplit this. We could have kept the stop above half back, so at 24.25. Initially I kept the stop at 24.75, but then that also would just have been adding a little more risk, right? Essentially, we knew I'd been talking about it, that like if we basically started trading back inside value, that the next logical place to go would be the point of control. Yeah. So it is what it is. Could have been Could it have been worse? It could have been worse. Maybe something we could have spotted earlier was just when we placed the strong low. Let me. Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, here, around about this D period, like 5 p.m. my time, which had been 11 a.m., we could have potentially spotted that was going to be a strong low, right? How? Because this was overnight. This was the overnight low, the I period down here. We traded the B period right to that same level, and then that became a weak low. And then after that being a weak low, our C period traded all the way up. We formed a weak high at the top, like we on the C period. And then when we came back, and then we started trading in the D period, the D period came and took out the I and the B, right? And so in taking out that I and the B, when we moved lower, there was nothing mechanical around here. So this became a strong low. Uh, you know, I guess I was looking at this with the expectation of seeing it, continue lower, and we didn't get that. Instead, what we got is the E period traded higher, and then we had the F and the G and the H. And then I mean, we did try with the J period to try and take this out, but it just kind of reinforced the idea, you know, that this was in fact a strong low. So yeah, maybe our read of this could have been quicker and cleaner, but yeah. Yeah, well, that is, it is what it is. Of course, I'm gonna journal this. It is gonna be available on my Substack. There's not gonna be much to really write about, but I mean, since I always do journal my trades, you can follow my Substack. It's Friends of Indigo. If you're on my YouTube, if you check my links, you'll see the Substack. And yeah, and then you get to see what my thought process was during this trade. Granted, yes, it is going to be coming post trade. There we go. Well, that's how you journal, right? So yeah, just gonna undo this split, and yeah, pretty even distribution as well. You know what I'm saying? It's like quite balanced. We could have that type of day again tomorrow. But what I was saying just before we got stopped out is it's just going to depend on the M and the N periods, right? If we get M ends down here below this D period, that's going to be a pretty strong. It's going to give us information as to how we closed. Did we close with strong buying, or are we just going to close like flat like this? We also have this weak B and C area over here, which I do think is going to be a target, unless the M and the N's take them out right now. And then yeah, that's pretty much it, man. I wish there was more that could have happened from the day, but that that's literally what I got. That's literally what I got. I did say maybe we should have taken the 100, but we took from it what we could get from it. Yeah. Let me know if you want me to keep the CVD as well. Yeah, let me know if you want me to keep the CVD. And then, like, oops, moving into tomorrow, I might, I just might. But that was a pretty long trade. For nothing, boss. Ish. Quite literally for nothing. Yeah, well. Good trading principles, etc., etc. Yeah, $18 from the day. Is it total 18? $28. Yeah. But yeah, that took a lot from me though. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna end the stream. Appreciate you for being here. Shout out to you for subscribing and sharing and all of that amazing stuff. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, same time. Actually, I don't know, maybe same time, maybe 4 p.m., maybe 3. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, peace.